Ba 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 da da. Hello. Hello. I'm looking for my wallet and my car keys. I'm looking for my wallet and my car keys. I'm looking for my wallet and my car keys. My car keys. My car keys. My car keys. Hello. Looking for my wallet and my car keys. I can't have gone too far. As soon as I find my answer, I'm sure I'll see just where they are. I'm supposed to say but I can't remember where. Oh, who it is around me, but it's in my organizer somewhere, which I left down the cupboard. Was it outside? Last time I remember driving was to that memory enhancement seminar. What's that far off distance? And that strangely familiar tone must be the person I am meeting. Calling on the brand new cordless phone, which I left under the bedroom. Or was it outside in the cold? Last time I remember driving was to that memory enhancement cinema. Hello, this is Dave, and your pause sure means a lot to me. Leave a message, do. I'll try to remember to call you back when I get home. Dave, this is Marie. But I'm trying not to cry. I've been waiting on you for like 3 hours. I thought you loved me. This is goodbye. Well, that voice sure sounds familiar. The name, it rings a bell. Do, 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 do. Well, they sure seem upset. What was I doing? Oh well. Looking for my wallet and my car keys. They can't have gone too far. And just as soon as I find my glasses, I'm sure I'll see just where they are. Haha! Found the remote that has evaded me for several days. Yay me. Alright. How many headphones does it take? I think the answer is always one more. Or never less than 2 at the very least. Clickety clunk clunk. Commanding officer is ashore. My number 1 is not that impressive, but hasn't run away with the ship yet. To the gun shop. Always the first stop. By supplies, I mean guns. How's my volume? I can't know. Somebody else shows up. That looks nice. I'll have that. Can I remember what my little soldier girl is wearing? Yes, yes. I want my Spectre special gear more awesome than 7. I want the stuff that is, of course, must be turned up to 11. But I have so much money, so I might need that. And I might as well keep an extra set of those. Lame. Okay, data man. Let me think. Okay, if I go. That's the gun shop. The cop gun shop. Cop gun shops are always a mixed bag, it's true. I'm gonna up here and check on something. to dye paste. Lots of love for you. I'm playing Mass Effect. It's one of those classic games that I finally have gotten around to. It's given me all the good kinds of nostalgia. Doo-doo. Okay. Get your headphones on, lady. Yeah, it was like a. Can you hear me now? Okay, cool. Yeah, it was like a computer game. Like you got two sequels. People talk about it. I know at least one like semi-famous sci-fi author that is obsessed with it. But is made by. It actually reminds me a lot of the Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic games were made by the same company, BioWare. And so this feels like it's kind of like a generic sci-fi sequel to those games. And I've played those games like multiple times. You want to come like talk on voice? Yeah, it's pretty sci-fi. Like I said, it's gameplay is familiar-ish because I played other games made by this company. In their heyday, they made really the best RPGs. I guess they did like a remaster of the original, all three original Mass Effect games for the. I'm sure they did it for the PS5, but I don't have one of those yet. So In my case, the PS4. All right, cool. Been sitting here a while. I'll sit here a while longer. Tell him, hey. Speaking of which, have you ever seen the movie Pure Country? Because you calling him Dusty makes me think of that, and it kind of works. God of War is a pretty fun game. I've played. Actually, the first one I played was kind of a weird in between version that they made for the PSP, the little handheld PlayStation. And then I played the new ones, and then I've now. I don't know how many of them I have. I have at least one of the old ones like remastered that I bought that I haven't played yet. Maybe all of them. Yeah, Pure Country is, if you know, like, if rednecks were nerds, that would be their movie in a weird way, because it's the movie with George Strait in it. Anyway, there's a character named Dusty. Dante's Inferno. I feel like I don't think I have that one. I have ended up playing most of the, or at least the newer, the games with the guy named Dante in them. Uh, the Devil May Cry ones, yeah. I wasn't even paying attention. I should have been paying attention to negotiating with this gangster lady. Do you have a deal? Probably. I wondered if maybe that might be true, because hanging out with Kaizo and all of his Pan-Africans, they use the term dusty quite often, and I kind of have finally. It took me a bit, but I have some understanding of the etymology of that term when used by African people. It's not typically a compliment, but it's not like a harsh. It's honestly it's kind of like calling somebody a redneck in a except maybe a little more derogatory. Well, that was a shootout I missed. Oh well. I guess since I'm playing this silently, I should probably put up the subtitles, huh? Yeah, soft insult, kind of a punching down. It's something to do with being from a location that you end up being dusty, and then it has something to do with. I think specifically it has to do with like the Horn and of Africa over there, and then like what? Let's see, which direction would it be? Like East Africa? I don't know. Maybe hillbillies. It's kind of like a. It's kind of like calling somebody a hillbilly in kind of a derogatory way. Maybe like calling somebody like a dumb hillbilly. I think it's a reason. That's a reasonable analog. Loot. Oh, the loot. He's a doggone, he's a extroverted perceiver. It's or an EXTP. I think that some behavior that resembles flirting is inevitable. Whether you're aware it's flirting or not is somewhat debatable. I think there's maybe some type 8 stuff and it's like, oh look, I'm gonna talk to a new person. Let me, do so boldly and humorously and without without compunction. It's like, talking to random people, it's like there is no like halfway. appropriate submaximal levels of interacting with someone is not in everyone's purview. Oh yeah, you decided you were more of an INT or an ISTP, maybe? Yeah, like within the classical or let's say the standard like MBTI framework, or more socionics, or just in general amalgam of all the models. I'd have to think about it. I mean, knowing you could definitely interact with other people in the world as a more or less as an ISTP. It's for an argument to that being your sort of like core type. I don't know. I don't have like personally anything against your old typing as your core type, but you at the very least I would have categorized you as what I consider like a hardened or armored variant. I don't have as many ISFP examples, but the armoring analog, it's definitely a subtype of INFP. And when they kind of end up that way, it's a sort of a learned variant. But they come off, they're very much like INTPs, and they like even fill INTP roles and do INTP jobs and stuff. And then also knowing who you like to hang out with. Right now, I'm basically, devil's advocating the other way around, but just to work through some of the points that would need to be, I'd need to consider. But you hang around with a lot of TI people, and it's being your eighth, if presuming the old type, would have made sense that you were probably already would have been sort of TI positive, and then hanging around with a bunch of XTPs are gonna drive you nuts if you don't hone it. So yeah, I'm just sort of pontificating on my previous understanding of your type, how it might, the elements that would or be pertinent to either convincing me that you're, or convincing as in, coming up with my own arguments for or against your new proposed typing. Like I said, I think it is complicated by a lot of the factors that would make an INFP more ISTP like. You have you like have those environmental factors, a lot of them, so it makes it less obvious, I guess. It's not just a you're definitely pretty SE, you know, assuming SE second, you're definitely SE heavy. I'd say you're probably a sort of an SE subtype of IX, or let's see, ISXP, which I think is the subtype I typically get along with. I think feelers drive everybody nuts, even each other. But yeah, it's possible to, make sort of the environmental argument the other way. You being female, it's not unlikely that there might have been pressures, social suggestions for you to be more like the, you know, more of a feminine uh, coded sort of neighbor type. So that could explain, again, kind of using the same sort of thought process the other direction, that could explain why you may exhibit some behaviors more that are somewhat associated with INFP. I mean, ISFP. I'm not used to saying ISFP, even if you're not. You gonna come on mic here in a minute? If it, in a weird way, it would be like that would make you sort of the introverted sensor twin in a certain way to like my some of my environmental upbringing, early environmental influences that are the reason why some people think I'm an ESTP. Right? It's like I leaned into I leaned into that neighbor for survival's sake. SE is, I think SE probably is by its nature something that could, when you need to lean into something, if you have access to SE, it's so practical in the real world that it's that works. So I assume people can go either way. They can kind of lean in or they can zone out. Yeah, ISTPs make good martial arts students. They're typically pretty good at them if they have a good teacher. But ISFPs are also. I mean, one could make an argument that sort of the success or responsiveness you had to my instruction in martial arts. One could craft a sort of loose argument for you having the ability to input information via TI and then translate it to SI action or to SE, reality pretty efficiently. Because you did learn pretty fast. And I don't remember having to like repeat myself a lot or retranslate a whole lot. And my default, uh, comms format is sort of the TI version. But I usually have to translate that for most people. Johnson County. I feel like there should be songs about that, but I don't know any. I know a song that mentions Johnson City. And scan the asteroid field. There's lots of songs about Kansas City. I can't remember what Johnson City song. Oh, I know which song that is. It's uh, Modern Day Bonnie and Clyde. That's what it is. Well, it's a long way to Richmond, rolling up on 95. Down, down, with a redhead riding shotgun and a pistol by my side. Tearing down that highway like a modern day Bonnie and Clyde. Doo-doo. We met at a truck stop. Here comes Johnson City, Tennessee. That was the line that was popping in my head. Dun, dun. I was gassing up my Firebird when I heard her calling me. Said, which way are you headed, boy? Do you need some company? She had me stopping at a Quick Mart before we made it out of town. Next thing she was running at me, telling me to lay that hammer down. Oh, 'cause there's a man right behind me doing his best to slow me down. Dun, dun. Well, it's a long way from Richmond, rolling up on 95. Dun, dun. With a redhead riding shotgun and a pistol out by my side. Uh-huh. Tearing down that highway like a modern day Bonnie and Clyde. Uh-huh. Where we rolled into a motel in the middle of the night. Mhm. We were counting all the money, smoking stolen Marlboro lights. Oh, oh, we never saw 'em coming till they read us both our rights. Down, down. But it's a long way to Richmond, rolling up on 95. Doo, doo. With a sheriff riding shotgun, pistol pointed at my side. Uh-huh. What a disappointing ending for this modern day Bonnie and Clyde. Such a disappointing ending for this modern day Bonnie and Clyde. Oh, yeah. I just grew up singing. It is romanticized, but there's some really good songs romanticizing it. Ah, oh, I know what's wrong. This stupid old controller is having. When the battery gets low, it gets loopy, literally. I bought a new controller that I used once, and now I can't seem to get it to work. So I'm gonna have to like take it apart and figure out what's wrong with it. I grew up singing. I remember having like a radio, and I listened to the rock and roll station when I was little. But I mean, my mom and my grandma and everybody sang. So, well, on that side of the family. I used to ride in the back of the pickup, and I would pretend to have my own radio show. No, sing the songs, introduce them. So yeah, I totally grew up singing. I would hate to have, be a singer that didn't grow up singing because I mean it took me like 30 years to get to really. I mean, I'm still opening up new things I can do, but like there's songs that I liked as a kid and stuff that I didn't have the range to sing. Didn't have the ability to sing. Now I can. A bunch of Leanne Womack stuff has been on one of my kicks lately. Because a lot of her stuff I couldn't quite sing high enough. But I used to listen to one of her albums a lot. Yeah, Bonnie and Clyde songs are good. The original. I think, as far as I know, Merle Haggard is who did it first. He's the one I'm aware of, anyway. It's the Bonnie and Clyde song. I'm trying to think how that one goes. It has this little like nyink, this little. It's not even a lick. It's a note. It's like a zipping note on a guitar. Oh, how does that go? Now I can only think of the modern day Bonnie and Clyde song. Oh, yeah. Bonnie was a waitress in a small cafe. Clyde Barrow was the rounder that took her away. They both of them killed until both of them died. So goes the legend of Bonnie and Clyde. The poem that she wrote of the life that they led, told of the lawmen left dying or dead. Some say that Clyde made her life a shame, but the legend made Bonnie the head of the game. Their rampage grew wilder with each passing day. Dun, dun, dun. The odds growing smaller with each getaway. With the end growing closer, the harder they fought. With blood on their hands, they were bound to get caught. They drove back from town on one bright summer day, when a man they'd befriended stepped out in the way. With no thought of dying, they pulled to the side. All but death lay there waiting for Bonnie and Clyde. 2 years of running was ended that day. For robbing and killing, they both had to pay. But we'll always remember how they lived and died. So goes the legend of Bonnie and Clyde. Bonnie and Clyde. Bonnie and Clyde. See? A little zippy guitar thing. Intro suddenly. All right, cool. I think singing can be learned to a certain degree but I also think you have to possess a certain elements necessary to it. It's like if I'm pretty sure that there's just I'm going to guess that some people just can't learn timing. Like they just don't have whatever sort of like internal biological components that are necessary for that. And then there's people that can't learn pitch. I honestly think pitch is probably easier to fake learn than timing, but I think to a certain degree, anybody can learn to sing. Most people can have the potential to learn to sing competently with whatever instrument they have. Yeah, one of my goals today is I haven't messed with the StreamYard interface in a while, so I'm like, okay, I'm assuming that I know where you're going to pop up when you click on the link, but we'll find out if I'm right. Yeah, it's in the chat, but I'll give it again. Hang on. Don't always play shooter games, but when I do love my sniper rifle. And a pistol for... Oh, all right, there you are. Hello, hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. Awesome. Now I forgot what the fuck we were talking about.
I was just talking. We talked about singing and people learning to sing. We were talking about you being
Oh yeah, ISTP.
an ISTP.
Yeah, that was kind of. I had someone, or who is it? You may have seen her in chat before. I think she has a cat picture. Hemus Alexander. Is that what it is? It's like AHI. Her name's weird.
I'll take your word for it. I don't pay that much attention to the chat. You know that.
She does. She does a lot of astrology shit, like Vedic astrology. I've actually met her in person. But But she came, I think, to Taylor to get typed at one point in time. I think she's more just kind of filling out the MBTI stuff. But so I've known her for a couple years and have learned like Vedic astrology stuff off of her. And she has suggested a couple times that she thought I was ISTP, and I was like, nah, no, that's that's not right. Because if you look up ISTP, it's also another one that's kind of like ESTP. It's real bro, like working on cars. That actually was the biggest thing, was working on cars, which I do know an
I mean, to
ISTP.
be fair, the one guy I know that is my friend that I'm pretty sure is an ISTP. He does like to work on vehicles. It's true.
Yeah, yeah, that the one ISTP male that I'm thinking of likes to work on vehicles too. Also, I've worked with him before in like mold and fire jobs and all that shit. And it was like he always knew what the hell I was thinking. I thought it was because that like we were such close types. Now I think it's because we were like the same type. Um, but I don't know. I was sitting next to Flo one night and like I don't know. I was like going, that's not like I don't know. It was like how the hell can he be like sometimes more emotional than me or spazzy or what the hell ever? And I'm the logical one. That doesn't make any sense. So then I start thinking, I was like, well, what if he's a different type? And then for some reason, I don't know, a whole bunch of things went through my brain, and I was like, I wonder what an ISTP female looks like, because I don't think I've ever met one.
Yeah.
So then I looked that up, and it's like, I don't know, 2% of MBTI is ISTP female. And I was like, oh. And then just as I looked into it more, I don't know if I would have, like, back when, I still probably would have typed myself as ISFP, but now, like, the jobs that, like, knowing myself better and what I like to do, yeah, it just fits a lot better. That and I get pretty
Yeah.
mad at some of my feeling friends. Like one of my best friends that is like, I don't know, recently her mom died. Okay. Uh, um, which I should be extremely sympathetic towards that, and I am, and I have spent many hours on the phone with her, but I had stuff going on, and like, I don't know, I was doing a whole bunch of like the shorts and stuff on my phone. And if I'm
Mhm.
doing that, I shut off all my notifications. And I was telling her these things like, sorry, I don't see your stuff. All my notifications are shut off because she consistently sends me little like videos of this and that. And I just got busy doing stuff for the channel. And she started taking it all personally. I like snapped on her because some of the stuff is like, I don't know, it's like, okay, eventually you got to do something about your problems. You just can't sit here and tell me about them all the time. Like the shitter get off the pot thing. Like,
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm, just being extremely um, broad strokes here, but, somebody who's more FE concerned and not very SE is probably is going to drive you nuts either way.
yeah. Well, I don't think that she's FE. I think she's FI. It's all about
Well, it can still be,
her feelings. Um, I actually took a guess that she's probably INFP because I don't see any.
INFPs are way more.
I don't see
I'm
any
just gonna say
movement
they're a lot more.
behind.
What would be a good word? Moist compared to ISFPs.
Moist.
Weepy,
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's probably more her.
inconsolable.
Yeah.
The only like semi-stable ones I know are probably, are past middle age.
Yeah. I feel kind
Well,
of
but
like an
like I
asshole.
said, I mean, it's
But
if you're an ISTP and your TI was disincentivized, like as you if you when you were a kid, because I mean, I went through this. TI is rough to work out. Like it is not a popular. It's like it's trying to be right and then you're not right because you're a kid, right? But
mm,
you're working at it, and so everybody just laughs at you. They go,
yeah.
especially if people around you are better at it. Like my dad, I was like, I'd come up with this good idea, and he's like, nope, and they would, cut all the holes in it. So I learned to like really keep it under wraps and in my head until I really had worked it out, which is why I'm probably, which is a good explanation for why in a lot of models would categorize me as like a TI subtype. Um,
Okay.
my TI is like overdeveloped, right? My TI and my NE are closer to balanced than would be sort of like the default development of an ENTP. Um,
Okay.
and then also I had reasons to embrace the accessible but not necessary, didn't have to be favorable SE on the other end of my stack. So
Where is your SE at?
it's eighth.
Eighth.
I said my pet theory is that eighth slot is accessible, right? Because it's like the alternate part that could fit in your main slot, right?
Yeah, I've heard it been. What the heck? Actually, Carrie referred to it. I don't know if she heard it through socionics, but as like as your demon child. I was like,
There's a lot of names for it, and there's a lot of things, but
well, with mine being FI, that kind of like like if I
yeah.
am what I'm thinking that
Well,
I am an ISTP, then that would bring out that little emo side of me that gets kind of emo-y sometimes.
right. Well,
Yeah.
like I said, my opinion is that it's not the weakest. You're gonna you have to deal with
Your
your
seventh
eighth
slot's your blind spot,
slot.
right?
Yeah, your
Yeah.
seventh one. You're like, I don't care. I don't acknowledge its existence, and I'm definitely not going to deal with it. But your eighth, you don't have a choice. You have to come to some. You have to deal with it some way. My opinion, my observation is that no one does not have an opinion about their eighth function, and it can be positive or negative. So you have ENTPs who are SE negative, like they're like no roller coasters, none of that, please, thank you very much. I just no, just right. But
Yeah.
they have a very like strong opinion about it. They're like none of that SE stuff if I can avoid it. Thank you very much. And then you have you can have an ENTP who's SE positive who's like yes, give me you know I've got a
Yeah, give
I've
me
got a
those
lovely
thrills.
relationship with my SE, but nobody has like a neutral relationship with their eighth function.
Okay.
And you can kind of use it. Like it's one of what I would consider the more accessible, like open to development out of necessity, right? It's like you don't have to, but so that you're always going to develop like your first and second to some degree, and then your next available like highly the next ones that you could really power up are like your third and your eighth.
Yeah.
And
The hell's your sixth slot or Wait, your foresight would be what? Perceiving or judging? I have not looked
Uh,
at this stuff in
your
so
fourth slot
long.
is something that you is sort of intrinsic to your value system, but you suck at.
Okay. Oh
You don't
wait.
ignore you're just bad at it. Your fourth slot.
Okay. Would that be
So like I'm
TE?
bad at my fourth slot is SI.
Would mine be TE? I don't
If
know.
you're ISTP, it would be uh, NI. Is that right?
I thought NI was still the third slot.
Because you're going to be TI. Oh yeah, no, because it's going to be an extroverted function. Sorry, I was TISE um, NI. Oh, because it's going to be FE then. It's going to be your fourth slot.
Oh, and you're not good at that?
Yeah, you're gonna wish you were. You're gonna like, oh man, I
Well, that
wish I
makes a lot
was
of sense now.
socially smooth and I care about what other people think and like social, more external kind of
Oh, but I don't
stuff.
give a fuck. I mean, I like in the
But I
sense I
suck at
just
it,
said I
so
do.
I can't care, right? Like,
Yeah. I've spent a lot of time. I mean, I think one of my best friends when I was younger was she's probably an ESTP looking back at it. Uh, just probably because neither one of us really talked about feelings that much. Um, but she would like if I was telling a story, she would straight up interrupt me if I started trailing. Like if I lost people, she'd be like, "All right, you're done," and like she would just take over. Like, God damn it. So I learned to like mimic people, or I don't know, kind of caught on to like how to keep things short and sweet and not like
right,
try not to dwell into the little minute details that don't matter if you're telling a story. Like she was a big storyteller. Like if something happened earlier in the day, the story got it was never really turned into a lie. It just got bigger and bigger, and it was always fun to go along with it. So
telling the story somewhat for the reaction, not just for the content.
yeah,
I think
yeah.
that's a
She just
FE
got
contamination.
she definitely got better at it. Wasn't she got better at telling the story every time she told it. That's how it went. It
And
wasn't like
you tell stories in order to tell the story,
yeah,
and the reaction is, yeah. That actually makes a lot of sense. And the learning to kind of like manage FE, like protocols, that's pretty standard for people that are bad at FE. Because it's like SE. You can't just have none of it, right? Like you have to and T, like a lot of those all those sort of practical extroverted functions that are more oriented in the
yeah,
real world. Like you have to have a little bit or you just can't survive. And
yeah.
like yeah, even
I miss a lot of social
FE polar
cues.
people, like ISTJs, they can be super. They can have like really intricate, unflexible, right? Like they're inflexible, but they can have really like in depth, intricate FE modeling um, protocols that they've learned to the point that you would think they're a bubbly FE type person, but it's totally a like learned.
Yeah, yeah. No, I get it.
And
No,
having
FE. I mean, some
having
FE stuff.
one, in my is the one that gives me this, gives the side eye to me and my dad in like church or in public or anywhere where it's like, you know, whenever we start treading the borders of of those inflexible, safe boundaries, FE boundaries, the the FE polar person is like, "Oh no, you're at the you're treading you're at the safe boundary. Like, better stop, better turn back now." And we're like, "No, we're fine. We can keep."
I think FE's one. Well, I don't know. I would say as a girl, it's been fairly easy one to mimic, especially like if you ever worked. I don't know, for the public, where you had to deal with the public, where you had to smile and say certain stuff.
I did have to learn how to
Yeah.
do the facial expressions on
Hi.
cue.
I have gotten the why don't you smile more?
I got that so much when I was a kid.
Because I'm just
Pissed me off.
fucking standing here. I'm standing here in the gas station and you just walked in. I was supposed to just be standing here smiling.
It was always like the lady that worked at the gas station. There was this there was this big black lady that worked at one of the gas stations, and she was fun. But yeah, she was always after me to smile more. I refused to give her the satisfaction because I'm not compliant, right? Like that's another thing. Is it's like because there is the whole female thing, right? Where it's like the female socialization. But
Yeah.
if you're sufficiently disagreeable in temperament, it's just going to backfire. Like it just goes the opposite way. But most females tend to be more agreeable, so they end up
Well, yeah.
trying to appease the social influence to be more whichever whatever that way is.
That normally works out for them.
Yeah, I mean it's
That won't work out
successful.
for me.
It's got it it doesn't really have negative consequences as far as response. But yeah, you have to be pretty. I do think you probably have to be pretty disagreeable to just constantly go the opposite way. But
Yeah. What was it? I
yeah,
like I kind of miss doing construction and shit like that. I haven't done that for a while. Right now, I clean houses for old people. It's not as satisfying as knocking down a wall or doing whatever. Um, and when I started working for like the fire, mold, and water damage jobs, I noticed that girls got stuck cleaning up. Like the guys got to rip out the walls and the ceilings, and all the girls would be there like putting the stuff in the trash bags and stuff. It's like, um, no. It's like I'm gonna rip out the wall and I'm gonna put it in my own trash bag. How about that? Like I'm gonna rip out the walls too.
yeah. I mean, there's a temperament thing, and then sometimes I think it's literally just a physical strength thing. Because
Yeah.
I don't.
Well,
I guarantee that I don't comprehend like what standard people weird me out all the time. Like I see chicks, and it's like how actually weak they are.
yeah. Well, I've got who's it? There's one guy that we work. Well, actually, so I will outwork the men I am around just because for the most part they don't have to they don't have to bust ass.
Right.
Like I will bust my ass and they're just kind of like, picking up some 2x4s that are like 70 foot long, like two at a time. And I'm over here like picking up one at a time, but I'm running with the fucking things. Um, you know, because I want to, I mean, that's what I want to do. I want to be able to work right next to the men. I know that
Right.
like at some point in time, it's like, yeah, I know my limits. Like, yeah, no, I can't do that.
I got told a lot I was going to have a bad back when I got bigger because I was, you know, I basically did keep up with all my boy cousins. It probably is why my back hurts now. Part of it.
Probably,
They were probably right. I didn't listen. I'm like,
yeah. Well, women aren't actually. How did I figure this? Like, we don't have the internal freaking like AC system that men have.
That could explain a lot.
Yeah. I mean, like, what is it? Like, if, okay, I used to go and mow for my old landlord a lot. He was trying to get me to go mow this year. Nuh-uh, I'm not doing it. Not doing it. I hate mowing. I hate it. Hate it, hate it, hate it. Especially in KCK. Like, in that kind of heat, no. No. I normally came home with a migraine. The funny thing is I can, like, I don't know, suit up and have a mask on and stuff and be all sweaty, and that doesn't seem to bother me. But he probably also wasn't really good at providing water, and KCK is depressing, and yeah. And I would be in the sun. There might be that part of it too.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors that contribute to that. I never really liked the heat, but then once I got sick, my heat tolerance was extremely reduced.
Yeah, that sucks. And women are, I think, known to like have, is it heat strokes, heat
Yeah.
illnesses easier. I don't know. I think I just got wondering one day because like Taylor, the moment he goes like outside, he's just like pouring sweat. It's like, what is wrong with you? And it's like, well, actually, it makes sense.
But you get different tissue distributions as far as like, fat and muscle and like, so you're women typically have more of a insulating layer, just standard. And then you've got, yeah, there's several factors.
Insulating layer. I ain't got no fucking insulation. Are you talking about like a layer of fat?
Yeah, like women
Yeah, no,
typically
that.
have more, even when they're really in shape, they, and part of it is
Yeah,
just, where, like, how it's programmed to
no, I lost
to
my layer of
distribute itself, right?
fat when I became lactose intolerant. You know how I think I took. That's how I take in most of my freaking fat. Actually, there's a lot of fat in milk.
Uh, Maybe I could hook you up, but
Um,
Maeve's got me drinking. Maeve got her some milk and goats, so.
well, I actually figured out I can drink lactate, so I drink the
Well,
lactate milk. But then there's still the cheese that's absent. I figured out that I can get the fuck lactose-free cream cheese, and then I can make ranch and lactose-free sour cream. I was so excited when I figured out I could make ranch on my own.
yeah, I certain milks have always bothered me, but the Fairlife ultra filtered stuff
Ooh, you like it?
is uh
That's
is
a
my
chocolate milk
favorite.
I. That's a chocolate milk I get. Fairlife.
Yeah, like it doesn't bother
Yeah,
me, and it tastes, even to me, it tastes really good.
yeah, yeah. I don't know what the fuck happened to me with that. Just doesn't. I think it's possible I got parasite.
There's also a lot of things like, so a lot of the straight milks bother me. If I buy like it's really hard to find like really good, like good whipping, like heavy cream that has no additives in it. And there's the stuff that at least they have at the Walmart here. It's like something organics farm, and it's comes in a little red canister, but it's actual full fat, heavy cream with no additives to speak of, and it doesn't bother me, even though it hasn't been filtered. I'm kind of leaning towards, it's like, you know, just sort of crap end of milk. And then so there's also a thing that I learned recently. Like I said, my sister's got milk goats, and she's talking about how you know, if it's raw before, if it's not pasteurized, like it has the enzymes in it to help you process it.
Oh, okay.
And then,
Yeah, I've read about people who are like lactose, but they can drink
yeah,
raw
and goat
milk.
and goat is supposed to be more easy to process, even if it's pasteurized or whatever.
Does it
But
taste good?
it can taste pretty good when it's fresh. I just made yogurt out of like 3 day old, and it's really good.
Huh.
And I made cheese, and then I've been baking with like the leftover whey from making the cheese. I made like tortillas and pancakes, and just using it
Wait,
instead of
have
water
you?
in your baking recipe. It's delicious.
Uh,
But um, the other thing is that different kinds of cows. So
the
everybody's,
A2 protein.
yeah, Holsteins versus Jerseys.
Yeah, I've seen them some about that.
It makes it I, that makes a lot of sense though, and it like it if you haven't like you know gotten some that's guaranteed to be from like a Jersey cow and tried it, like that could be all there is. Like you could be able to drink Jersey milk and not Holstein.
Hmm. Yeah, I
Jersey
just
milk's
haven't
better
been
anyway.
brave enough to. After I figured out I could just drink the lactate stuff,
Yeah.
have not been brave enough to venture outside of it. Um,
Well, I think that
at some point,
if you've had it proven that it's actually the lactose that you're reacting to, it's one
well, I'm
thing.
not
But
sure if it's like I completely
like
stay away from most
I'm
stuff
not
that has
I've
milk
had
as
tests
its
done. It's like the
ingredient.
lactose isn't my problem,
Okay.
but I have for years had a negative reaction to most milk if I drink it. And like I said, that's what I'm kind of learning is like, oh, if I get the high quality stuff, that seems better. I wonder what's different in that. Or
That
the
might be a
like ultra
thing.
filtered stuff.
What is
So
it? At
it's
Sprouts, they have what the fuck? I think they've got like full on whatever. They got milk with like the cream at the top. Like I don't know if that's filtered or not. We also have farms around here that are uh well, they're farms. You can just go buy fucking tomatoes and all the shit, all the
right.
fresh stuff.
Well, if you ever
Yeah, I don't.
when you come visit, we'll get you some fresh goat milk and you can try it.
And if it doesn't work, I'm gonna be like stuck in the bathroom forever.
And my little niece, I got a video of her the other day, and my sister set up a stanchion thing in the garage, and she had like the goat up on the thing, like a table on the table kind of thing,
Mhm.
and was milking it. And my little niece was there with a bowl of cereal. She looks at
Oh
the
my
camera,
god,
and she's like, "I don't mind it warm."
that is some country ass living.
Oh,
I guess that's the only thing that's would be odd to me is drinking warm.
yeah, I like it cold, but
Yeah.
because I'm not gonna go. But yeah, it's funny. My little niece is hilarious. She's There's a lot
How
of
old is
carno.
she?
She's 3 now,
Aw.
and she is, I believe, extremely precocious would be one way of putting it. She already has like she's very wordy and
Oh,
very
okay.
grammatically correct. Like she uses big words, and I mean she communicates
That's
already better than
impressive.
some grown people do
That's impressive
and
for a
remembers
3-year-old.
things. I mean, she's, yeah. But she's also, I mean, you've met my sister. She's a bona
Yeah.
fide wild ESTP.
Yeah.
And she calls her
The
little
first time
one.
I met your sister, she took off a bottle cap with her teeth.
That sounds about right.
If I did
Yeah,
that, my teeth would break. Like it wouldn't work.
yeah, but she gets frustrated sometimes and calls the little one feral.
Uh, well,
She's brilliant and feral. It's,
you normally end up with a mini me.
yeah, I think she's a little more. She's a little more performative than my sister. And my sister
Okay.
doesn't like, competition. Like my niece is maybe, I think she could very well end up being like, it'll become clearer, but she could be like an ESTP in the making. But
Yeah.
she's more in the direction of like ENTP than my sister, if that makes sense. Like I see in her some stuff that, is a little more like me and my brother, but not completely. So,
Your brother just fly planes for a living now?
um, he has been flying planes for a living. He, long story short, circumstances laid out, and God set all this stuff up in a row, and my brother's just been he's just always worried about what's next, and anyway, the circumstances were such that anyway, this company in Alaska, which is what his favorite thing is to fly in Alaska, but he wasn't making a whole lot of money with it, and it's only a summertime job, right? Like it's
Well, yeah. It's kind
and
of rough up
anyway, he
there
bought
in
the
the
company.
winter.
He now owns. He bought the company, or
He
is
bought
going
the
to. He's in the
company?
process. Yes,
Holy shit.
he's going to own the company in Alaska. Is his plan.
Is he NTP or ENTJ? What's
he
next? What's
he
next?
treads, but he like okay. So he's either a more neurotic ENTP, and given that I'm not very neurotic, that could make him
Mm-hmm.
look different. Um, or worst case is he's an ENTJ who was raised by ENTPs,
That's not really a bad thing.
which could which makes it hard to tell the difference. Like my dad was an ENTP raised by an ENTJ, so there's a they can look a lot alike. But to be fair, I think my brother demonstrates more sort of the small scale competency than most TE DOMs do. Like he does obsess over details. Like ENTJs aren't highly neurotic in that way.
Hmm.
I think he's just I think one of the things I think that differs the difference between is I think our ADHD presents differently.
Oh, okay.
Kind of like the parts of it that are the most problematic, like um, are different. I think he's a good example of the lesser known emotional what is it? Not instability, but kind of yeah the sort of it's like the volume knob on your emotions is all messed up, and it's like, oh, it's this volume, and now it's this volume, and it's disproportionate. um I think he suffers from that more than I do. But
Yeah, no, I used to think I was an expert on FI. Now I'm like fucking not.
yeah, but with ADHD, it's
Uh,
you have the executive functioning issue, right? Like, so there's certain things that you just can't consciously control, and like the emotional volume can be one of those things. Like
oh yeah,
it's an ADHD thing, and
yeah, yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
see that
yeah.
in him. I honestly think that that's probably the feature of ADHD that he actually suffers the most from, right? Like, because it's not all parts are bad. It's just okay how how much of each piece you have,
Yeah,
and like that. I don't have a huge issue with that part of it. I have issues with other parts that cause me suffering. But yeah, I honestly think he's an ENTP, but like his Enneagram, for example, he's not a Type 8. He's got the quick temper, right? He's the more traditional, probably like a 7 wing 8
oh,
kind of an
okay.
ENTP.
God, it's
Because
been so
it's
long
like
since I.
eights are say eights are always angry, so we don't there isn't like this weird shocking like rah, the whole like temper thing. Um, but you've seen it like Eric would do it and stuff, and it's just like suddenly raised voice. Now it's a argument, and it's sort of
Oh yeah.
there is no
Well,
reconciliation, right? Like the only
okay,
person
Eric,
that I generally have yelling matches with is my brother. We've
Eric
done
and
it since we were
Taylor
little kids.
are both the same like that. Um, Here's the thing, they're gonna win. That's what they want to do. They want to win
Yeah, but Taylor will outlast
whatever it
Eric every
is.
time.
Huh?
Taylor will outlast Eric every time.
Yeah,
That's
they were
because
quite like
I mean back
I
when
say it all the
this
time. They were a
stuff was going
fucking
on, right?
like they were a duo though. Like when like you get the two of them between Eric's like if they were debating for the same thing, even if they were both like if they were wrong, if they were
Uh huh.
wrong logically in what they were debating, they were going to win the debate between fucking Eric's NE and all his words and stuff he could put together and Taylor's SE, I'm going to plow you the fuck over. And also, you got the TI right behind it. Like, they both have that TI right there. And both NE and SE can be very forceful. Um,
Yeah,
So in that way, they just like would plow the fuck over people. Um,
yeah. But Eric's like fluffy feather anger was always short. Like because we got in some arguments when Taylor was um, unavailable about
yeah,
the situation, and Eric's all this and that, and then I just kind of look at him. I'd go Eric, and he would just yell and holler, and I'd be like Eric, and then here in a minute he shut up and
yeah, I do remember
couldn't
that.
sustain the feather fluffing anger anymore, and then I reasoned with him and told him how it was going to be.
Yeah, yeah, he wasn't
Like that.
happy about
Taylor
that.
probably like
Someone knocking on
rises to someone else's level of sort of excitedness physically more often than I do because he's SE Dom. Like I can, but I rarely do. I usually just kind of roll my eyes at him and wait for him to run out of fluff, and then
me. No, Taylor never runs out of fluff. Is
because
there some?
yeah, but Taylor doesn't try it on me. That's the thing is Taylor senses eights. We sense each other's like infinite unbotheredness, right? Because that's the whole point of getting all fluffy, feathered, angry to ruffle someone else's feathers, right? It's to get them
Yeah,
off balance. And it's like, you know, it's like if you have infinite, um, you know, not caring and just like waiting them out, then people that don't get it will exhaust themselves and then go, why didn't this work? And my experience with other eights is we don't even try it on each other because we don't we do understand it. We're like, oh, yeah, you too, huh? Well, no point in getting all fluffy feathered. We might as well just, discuss it in a monotone if it needs discussed at all.
Yeah.
And then if we get to where like there's, a logical point of no reconciliation, right? Where it's like it becomes clear that we're not going to agree or come to an agreement, then we'll just go, oh, well, we'll just agree to disagree because this isn't going anywhere. we've reached the impasse, right?
Yes. I would definitely say I'm like that too. I don't really like. Do I like to argue? I don't know. I can't argue.
I don't know if you like to argue. You like to fight when you think you've got the argument to.
Yeah, I like to
like,
shut people down.
Yeah, you like to come in and just like. You like to come in swinging. Has been my observation.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, sometimes I'm pretty fired up and like she's like, like I'm ready to go, and then like I've shut it down. It's like I'm still ready to go. Like
Yeah. See, you got to learn how to ease
that
it
was
in
too efficient.
so that right. You scare them off too fast, right?
Yeah.
I've been known to do the too far the opposite way, where people are like, "You have a lot of patience," and I'm going like, "I don't actually have patience. I just sometimes enjoy arguing with an idiot." And it's like if I just run them off immediately, then I can't chew on them for 3 hours.
What is it? All the damn debates. Andrew Wilson, those damn debates, man. Do you ever watch those? Any of that shit on like the Raging Tomato and shit?
I try sometimes. It's so perfunctory and shallow that it makes my head hurt usually.
Yeah, that's kind of how I
Like
think
it's kind of
of
like
it.
let me say my thing,
Well,
and then the other one let me say a thing that apparently disagrees with that thing, and let us
for
not at all actually like now attempt to reconcile these things or better understand each other's
yeah,
position.
nobody ever has any. It's like they're not debates; they're just arguments. There's no structure to it, really.
They're barely even arguments.
Um,
I don't even know if
yeah,
I would call it an argument, because an argument is I don't think I would call it an argument. They're disagreements.
and nobody's gonna
They're
come to
like
an agreement.
somewhat congenial disagreements, but they're not even really arguments usually.
Yeah,
Because an argument is fundamentally similar to a debate. It's just less structured.
yeah,
But there is a back and forth, and there is a, you know, yeah.
yeah.
I don't see that a lot. I laugh
I've
because it's,
debated trying to hold some debates.
that
I just
I
don't
can see
even know
that
what I would want
Taylor
them.
gets his, Taylor gets his nerd in on that stuff where he comes in as the calm, nerdy one. You know,
Yeah. What with like Andrew Wilson?
well, just or like on the Raging Tomato and stuff
Oh
like that.
yeah,
And it's like,
yeah,
oh my gosh, like this is how stupid it is. Is like Taylor is the calm voice of reason,
yeah.
and they all treat him that way too, which is
Well,
funny because he is. Like that's the thing is he is when he
yeah.
chooses to be.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah,
The
and
the
because like on his channel,
Christian
he's
debates and
just the
stuff. I
instigator.
don't. Oh yeah.
Well, it's just most people's debates most people's positions, let's say,
Uh huh.
are not deeply are not how to put it. It's like they tend to be very self-contained, right? Like they don't have deep roots or wide branches. Like they don't interact well with other positions, right? Like they're insular. They tend to be well reasoned within sort of a bubble, right? Like very insular positions, and they just sort of repeat themselves,
Okay, yeah.
you
Or
know,
spend forever
and
talking about a
I mean, yeah, I
freaking
mean,
definition of a word.
well, no, the definitions can be important, but a lot of times they, because it's funny because it's like some people do it in order to deflect, right? Some people
Yeah.
do it in order to derail the process, in order to sort of defend the castle of the position.
Yeah, wouldn't that be the
Some people do it
moderator's
to
job though then to
actually
go
attempt to
ahead and
clarify, and a good
would that
moderator
not
is going to need to tell the difference.
that's what I was gonna say. And wouldn't it be the moderator to like have the definition there for like this is what
No, because that's only if you've discussed that with the participants beforehand, and
okay.
it's a functional mutual definition. Because the thing about definitions is that usually where they become an issue in quote unquote debates or arguments is that most people share, say, on average, in such a situation, at least, let's say, a 75% overlap in their understanding of the concept that goes in that word, right? The definition. So they're mostly in alignment, but one person will have this other like 10% that they also associate with that word that the other
Okay.
person doesn't. Or they may even have a contradictory 10% that they associate with that word, right? So it's that's where the issue is that's why I will get into long discussions about the nuances of a definition, because if you can actually map out like that extra that that sort of unspoken non-mutual 25% of something, you can understand where misunderstandings are coming in, right? Because sometimes you feel
Yeah.
like you're getting close, but it's like, okay, there's something about the way that you respond to this word and the way that mean this word that's not working here. It's close but not quite, and so the only way really through that is to dissect the two parties' definition of the word and understand which parts they agree upon, which is going to be most of it, right? Like the general concept is agreed upon, right? The majority of it, but there's these little decorations on top, right, that are different, and those can really stall a any potential sort of productive debate if you don't get through it.
Yeah. I was thinking it'd be nice to have I'd have to learn more about debating, I guess. Like something that's more structured.
I mean, to me, it's
Like
again, I use the term debate to describe something unstructured, even though it's just it has to do with then I would call something structured a formal debate
okay.
or a structured debate, right? Like I would specify, because a debate can exist in an unstructured sort of natural form.
I want it somewhere in between.
Yeah.
Like the
Well,
president
and the
elect.
thing is that once people come to understand these things, they don't have to be moderated as well, right? I mean, and some people
Yeah.
kind of get there naturally, and some people don't understand the difference between an argument, between a disagreement, and a formal debate. And they get caught in the idea of winning, or they get caught in the idea of I need to defend my position, right? I guess that's actually something that's true. People get in their feels about their position, right? The
Oh
claim that
yeah.
they're defending, and they get defensive. And the thing is that a debate, in my opinion, right, like a productive conversation, or an argumentative conversation from two differing you know viewpoints or positions, you have to basically like abandon the defense of your position, right? Because it's not real. You have to go forth, be like, okay, this position will be here when I get back, right? Like nobody can come and tear this position down.
Yeah.
But in order to, you can't have the debate from within the walls of your castle defending your position, right? In order to
Yeah.
like, it's you've seen it, the movies and whatever, and it's like they've got the everybody's got their castles, and it's like they agree to like have a battle of champions, and they leave the castles and they go out in like the open field between the fortified encampments or castles or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And what's formal about it is that they kind of separated out and they agreed that they're not going to like stab them in the back, and they're like, okay, we're not going to go attack the castle while you're here, come out. And right, it's it's kind of the one-on-one, it's to me that's the sort of unstated formal, informal formality of a debate, is you're kind of accepting that we're not necessarily trying to convince the other person. We're just going to explore how our two positions interact.
Okay.
Right? Which doesn't necessarily have a winner, but what it is it's exploratory, and it's like, okay, you can have a debate where the point is a winner, but the problem is that most people that do that, the way they determine the winner is how many dum-dums in the crowd agree with them after a certain point, right? Like it's a subjective victory, right? It's a FE,
Yes.
it's a
Yes.
social victory. It's not a factual victory, right? It isn't
Yeah.
an empirical victory.
Yeah, there were no points taken. There's not like, yeah.
If you can get to an empirical victory, but an empirical victory is when your opponent concedes that you have in fact changed their mind about something, that you in fact have described an unassailable position, right? Maybe not the entirety of your whole, the whole field of, it's not your whole kingdom, but it's like, you go, let's be like, you cannot tear down this tower. This tower, I have, the arrows are, the archers on this tower are placed so perfectly that no one can take this tower, right?
Yeah.
And there are places like, I've done that. On average, it takes 3 hours, one-on-one with somebody. And they have to be open to it, right? And they usually they don't think their mind will be changed, and that's not why they're discussing, but they're willing to hear me out, and they're willing to to answer my questions. Like, okay, what about this about your position? And then after about 3 hours, I always think of it as circling the wagons. Like that's how long it takes to like cut off all of their routes of escape. But
God, I don't know if I have the patience for that shit.
well, were you around when you remember Chloe?
She's one who sent the dicks all to the rooms.
Yeah, that was later, but she was back when she was less insane.
I never liked her.
I know I didn't, but she was a chew toy. Like it was fascinating because I did an experiment, but I went after her. I got an argument with her about feminism, and basically started tearing up her, social justice warrior talking points, right?
Okay.
And I went at her about 3 hours, and after about 3 hours, she basically agreed that everything that I had, right, like that everything she'd said was wrong. And she now was on agreeing with me. And there was an audience. I remember Nick was watching, and maybe Mark, and I don't know. It was one of those TWFP moments where it was like,
Haha.
it was memorable, right? Like it was it was a great like 3 hours. And then Eric was all excited, and he posted it as a debate, a separate video and everything. But anyway, and she's TI Polar, and I surrounded her and got her, wrangled. Like it was a challenge because she's TI Polar, but I got her there, and the sad part is, and unfortunately, it was an empirical example of my chew toy philosophy. The TI Polar people, you can convince them one day, and the next day they just right, like you can tear into them and they just revert back to the original shape after a little while, right? Like just like a good dog's chew toy. And the next day, like like the next time I talked to her a day or two later, like it was all gone. Like she had completely reset back to zero, but it was an innocent reset. It's not like she thought about what I said and decided against it. She just couldn't retain that or something. But I thought it was a good example of the sort of surrounding someone and eventually, like actually logicking through all of their points or whatever and bringing them around to the more defensible position. But it's difficult for a lot of people to do because they're attached, they're so very, they're unattached in different ways to their positions, right? Like if it turns out that it is, a badly built castle, they don't care because they want it to be true, right? Like they want it to be the best castle.
Okay.
And it's like, and also sometimes people will get into the unnecessary mindset that just because you're tearing into their castle doesn't mean that you have a castle that's better or that you're trying to convince them to move out of their castle. Like I consider it a kindness is be like, your castle has all of these security weaknesses. Let me share you a few new ones and show you where all of the, weaknesses in your walls are so you can build back better. But not everybody appreciates that.
Yeah, I have a problem with criticism, so that's probably why I don't come out till I like.
Right, but like that, you have to contextualize it, right? Your claim is not you, but people identify with their claims.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not you. It's a castle you're defending, right? It's a fort you're defending.
Okay.
And it's not necessarily your only house, right? Like or your only, right? It's just like, oh, we're talking about these sorts of castles today, so you describe your your
In the
position.
end, you can be like, burn it down. I can see.
Yeah, well, it's like the devil's advocate, right? Like the ENTP that the person who can debate any side, right? Confuses people. It's like I'm just like, well, there's all these castles. Like nobody's in that one. I guess I'll go defend that one.
Yeah, that's actually a really good.
You're like, this isn't it. This is
you
like
need to be able to defend both sides.
Yeah, well, I mean, because I have taken the side of debates that I don't agree with, or that I don't, but sometimes that's the initial sort of way to confront, I guess is the right word, somebody else's position, right? It's like,
yeah. Well, if I remember correctly,
my actual position is literally like 2 kingdoms over and across an ocean. Like there is no like functional combat between my actual position and the one that you're claiming, right? So I'm like, okay, let me find a position that's like, within mortar shot here. It was within trebuchet range. And I'll be like, okay, this position is in the direction of my position, so I consider it a preferable position. It's not at all my actual position. I'm just going to go build a quick little fortification here and use that to confront yours, or somebody else's.
Yeah. Well, I took debate for what, a semester in high school? I don't think it was a whole. thing. I think I took debate and forensics. Um, of course, mostly I was just terrified about having to get up and talk in front of people because that was not my thing. Uh, and if I remember correctly, like you have a subject and you have to know like both sides of the argument. Like you have to be ready for both of those
Right. To be
when you
the
go in.
more
Like
the
you have
better
to
you
do the research
understand,
and yeah.
yeah, the
I mean,
position
you
that
have
you're
to be ready to
defending.
argue either
Right.
position if I remember correctly. Like it's not determined until I think you get that. I don't even remember how it was determined. It was really early in the freaking morning. That's what I do know.
Right.
Um, and also one time I got stuck in my normal debate partner ended up sick and she was also bless her heart. She actually gave a shit, but she was also like pretty quiet and shy and stuff. But she like studied. Anyways, she wasn't there. Fit.
Oops, sorry.
You don't forfeit. And I got stuck with Nick Heim. Oh, I probably shouldn't have said his little name online. Anyways, not that anybody's watching us. Uh,
I'm just playing with the thing over here.
he he was like the class clown, and like the whole time he was like going, "I'm a forfeit. I'm a forfeit. I'm a forfeit." I was like, "Don't you fucking do it. Don't you fucking do it." And then he got up there and he just like, I don't know, he was like all effy, I guess. Just got up there and argued. Didn't know a damn thing of what he was talking about, but we lost.
Yeah.
He was fun to watch. Like, probably would have been better if I had him as a debate partner or something. Like, he didn't really take it seriously, but he could wing it pretty good.
Right. Well, the thing is that if you can see the flaws in the argument on the fly, then it's pretty easy to
Mm-hmm.
wing it. But I think probably the issue with that with some of those debates is a lot of them are contrived, right? Like it's like they I can see it where it's like, okay, one side gets a actually like empirically somewhat defensible side of the argument, and the other side gets the completely like wrong, right? Like indefensible side of the argument. And so I think teaching people to defend, I think that people don't progress past that stage, right? Like so it's like in order to teach someone how to go after flaws and right like techniques, it's like okay, it's a useful I can see it as a useful exercise to learn how to to argue an indefensible position, right? Because you're going to learn the like shortcut tactics, right?
Yeah.
But you're never going to actually empirically win, right? But it's you need to understand those even if you're not going to use them necessarily. But I think people never progress that past that stage, right? Where it's like, no, the point of that was to better was to me the point of that would be to not have to use like the FE, trickery and manipulation tactics to appear to win, right? Or to fluster your opponent so that they can't actually present their actually more coherent point. Like I said, I can understand it as an educational exercise, but it isn't actually a functional exercise, right? Like it isn't functional in determining what is more defensible or what is more true.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people get stuck at that educational phase where it's like, no, this is an exercise. I've never actually like figured this out loud because I've always had issues with it. And I think that's it though. Because yeah, it's like I understand it as a exercise. It's like teaching somebody to fight and going, okay, put your hands in your belt. You can't use your hands. It doesn't mean that if you're in a real fight for real stakes that you put your hands in your belt.
Yeah.
Right? Or we spar at light contact. It doesn't mean that if somebody's chasing you down an alley that you defend yourself with anything
Spar
but
lightly.
your full strength, right? Like it's one matters and the other is an exercise in order to help you be better at the actual, productive sort of real or at least progressively more useful or relevant version of that you're attempting to simulate or train for.
Yeah, seeing it from the other point of view, basically, right? Yeah, you
Right.
got to see both sides.
It's like when you're learning how to do a throw. It's like we switch partners, so you learn how to throw somebody who's throwing a haymaker, or a boilermaker, right? Like that's one of the official techniques. You may not have got that far, but like at Greenbelt, it's not very
Nope.
far in there. Is how to a throw or sweep for a boilermaker punch.
No, you guys
We don't
were
teach
like
anybody how to do a boilermaker punch, but people in real life do that.
okay.
But everybody has to do a boilermaker punch so that they can get thrown on the ground because they can see how it's, and part of it is they get to see how stupid a boilermaker punch is. But
well, now I'm curious. No, yeah, the up here was a lot different than down there. Even though I know that Master Crochet, that's her name, right?
yeah, I'll tell you this:
Yeah, she's a good teacher.
nobody puts as much self-defense component. We do more thorough and like more. We spend a lot more time on Wholesome Soul on self-defense.
Yeah, and you guys spend a lot like
than most. I don't know of any other school that spends as much time on that as we do.
I knew less stuff, like, because when I got there, I don't think I never did a testing after, I don't even know how long I went.
But you only trained for like 4 months.
Yeah, are you talking about down in New Mexico?
Yeah, down here.
Yeah, and then here. When I went here, because then I had to learn all of their white belt stuff,
right,
which was different. It was a lot more, but less accurate. Is that the right way to say it? Like, kind of like teaching you stuff and then they're going to fine tune it later, which kind of irritated me. I don't want to learn something and be doing it the wrong way, because it's hard to then you got to go and fix it down. It's like, no, I want to know how to do it right the first time. Like, I knew fewer things, but I knew how to freaking do them.
I feel like that's the most TI thing I've ever heard you say.
Yeah, and
because to me that's a TI point of view on this sort of thing.
And that goes actually throughout my life on jobs.
Go ahead and explain it to me, right? Go ahead and explain it to me, even if you don't think I will understand it, right? Like, give me all of the information about this so that I can understand as much of that as possible, right? Like, don't assume that I can only reach this level. Yes, that's See, that would be a point that we would overlap on. So see, if you're TI first, that's one of the things I'm searching for here is these, because we're very different, but we should overlap on some TI sort of perspectives like that. And like I said, it goes in favor of that you learned what I taught you pretty quickly, and I don't remember it being a struggle to teach you. And my default way of communicating, because it's the way I've studied it, right? Like the way I've described to other people is like, I started out at a disadvantage as an ENTP versus like the ESTPs, right? Like the curve, they got better faster. My curve was, my slope was gentler, right? I was more like slow and steady, got better. Like I wasn't bad at it, but I didn't have this like sudden. It took me longer to get to some of the places that ESTPs get to very quickly. But the thing is I got a lot of there by TIing it, by understanding the fundamentals behind the sort of just like, right, the ESTPs, you just show them and they do it. They don't have to understand it in detail. but then I would understand it in detail, and then I can explain, I have like the whole physics system underneath TI'd out. And that's how I store what I know about, martial arts and Taekwondo. And so the easiest way for me, so in order to teach someone, that's what I start with, is this very detailed, mapped understanding of it. And with most people, I have to translate that into something that they will pick up on. And the occasional, my experience, there was one guy that I know was an INTP because, he was they're introverts, they're hard to spot. But what is that everybody else in class, when I would go on my Elwoods and I would start getting into too much detail, their eyes start glazing over. And then there's this one guy in the back that's just lighting up, like, thank you, this is what I've been waiting for, right? Like, and I started testing it, and I would just throw him like straight out of my memory bank, straight out of my storage. Like, here, have it, like, pure TI for him. No, no fancy, no seasoning on top. And he would just like absorb it, and it was so much fun. But yeah, so that is an argument in your ISTP favor, because you did pick up a lot of the stuff. And I still remember when Master Crochet told me, she's like, I know who trained you.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Because the thing is I didn't realize that other people, you're one of the first, they're like, I didn't have a lot of examples of other people picking up my stance. I didn't realize that everybody else had learned, that had been watching me for years, like, had identified that that's the Audra stance. And so it was cool. It's like, okay, this is identified, and then now people are seeing it in people I've taught. And I wasn't necessarily consciously, precisely teaching it.
Yeah, no, actually, I think I got I asked you about it after, because I think I had to spar you one time, kind of. Whatever. I don't call that when I have to spar you or Jason or Master.
Well, it's how you learn, and we're the safest people to fight.
Yeah. The not knowing where you were looking.
Oh.
Thing. That's what I did, or tried to do.
Well, no, it's actually the way your feet are.
Oh, that too. You like freaking plant your feet, and then your eyes go like fucking dead. That's the best way I can describe it. Like, you don't know what's behind them. You don't know what your next move is. I know I didn't have that look down for sure. Takes a long time to do. But
that's the cold,
Yeah. But when I'm a white belt going up against another white belt, it's probably a little bit like, what the hell is this?
It has to do with the stance. Like, is the not looking is part of it, but there's actually a stance, and I saw you do it once it was pointed out to me, and I'm like, you totally were doing the stance that I do. Because my stance, I have developed a stance that's different than because nothing people taught me really worked for me. Mine is different, and yeah, it's funny because you're one of a couple of people that I've trained hard enough individually that. I mean, a lot of my stances are stuff that are Master B's stuff, like. There are things that I do that everybody recognizes, like, oh, you must be one of Blakely's students.
Does he still do? Do they still do what? Do they all still do Taekwondo? Is he retired? Is Jason and Sarah taking over?
Jason and Sarah took over, and then I don't think they're operating it really right now.
Oh.
And like, COVID was pretty hard on things, and then the school in Clovis couldn't stay afloat with past that, and then they Sarah and Jason like kept the class going for a little while, and I don't know. It's just kind of yeah, just it's weird, but yeah, there really isn't a Taekwondo class going on around here right now.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Master B, he was having a lot of he's got another back surgery last
I was
fall,
gonna say
and
he
he thinks it
wasn't.
finally fixed it. Like he's much happier and much more optimistic.
Okay, well
And
that's
then he
good.
goes and works out with he's still is one of the black belts in Oklahoma. Still has a little class and does some stuff sometimes. So I think he goes up there sometimes. None of us are ever completely out of it, but we're most of us from this area are on a kind of a in a certain way like well earned hiatus. Like,
Yeah.
and that's the thing about Master B. He's like, it's okay. Things change. It's like it's not a big deal. He's not worried about it.
Yeah, you can't do it forever. I don't think.
And
What?
Mr. Bridges passed away a couple of months
Who?
ago. I don't know if you ever met him, John Bridges. He was a high speed. He was bald. He was a firefighter and a nurse, and he was the so he's the only person. He's the only student that Master Blakely's ever had that has made it to 6th degree.
Okay. I think I might remember him.
And technically, he's a cool dude. If you met him, you'd like him. But yeah, he had a stroke a few
Ooh.
years ago, and just I mean, he never recovered.
Ooh.
And I mean, and he wasn't young, but he wasn't old. It was, he was in not too far past middle age. Definitely wasn't out of middle age. It's kind of on the
I was gonna
later side
say
of
he
it.
wasn't that much older than us, was he? If I'm
Oh,
remembering.
he's
I mean, like
more
a
older than
decade
us.
or something
No, he'd
older than
be.
that.
I mean, he was probably 60 or something. I don't know. I mean, he's like my parents' age.
Okay, never mind. Say he was bald.
Yeah.
Did he like shave all of his hair? Like that kind of bald or like old man bald?
I mean, he did it. Naturally on top, he didn't have to shave. But yeah, like the
Okay.
sides, he kept short down, and he usually had a mustache. Very like square. He's built like a firefighter. Like you've seen guys with like firefighter mustaches, and very kind of tank. Not as
Yeah.
tanky as like Jason, but kind of like the taller tank. Phenotype. The firefighter kind of guy. Like he, but
I
yeah,
remember
that was
him,
that
and
was
I
pretty rough.
remember there was another guy.
But yeah,
I don't remember who the heck he was.
that was rough because it's gonna be weird with him. It's weird with him gone now because he's always been there, and nobody was expected him to not be there. And then I'm a little weirded out, and yet mixed feelings about it. So now that he's gone, I am now the highest Master Blakely senior student.
I thought you were before.
I was the of like the highly active students, but like of all time, I was
Okay.
the second highest. Like I think when I made 3rd degree, I was his highest ranked female ever, and then when I made 5th, I became number 3. Like if Master Blakely's number 1, Mr. Bridges was number 2. I became number 3, like of all time. Like I have a challenge coin with the number 3 on it.
Huh.
And
What degree is Master Blakely? Is he
he's an 8th
8?
degree.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm overdue for,
Crochet, was he?
don't tell anybody, I'm
Which,
overdue for my 6th degree. But
yeah.
I gave up on my aspirations of being a pain in the rear to the International Association and trying to talk them into letting, because they've never let anybody under 35 test for 6th degree. And there's not very many people that make it, put the years in that could test for 6th degree under 35. And I was one of them. I could have been. But my, my, my illness resurged again in the last few years. And so I wasn't in any shape to go and, prove a point.
Did you? Is that better now or whatever? What?
This year has gotten a lot better.
Didn't you take? What did you have to take when I was there? Like pig, fucking something.
I don't know.
It
I
made
took
it was
I took
it was
I
like
took like
adrenaline, adrenal stuff made from
adrenal extract. It's like a bovine
pig.
adrenal
Yeah.
extract. That helped.
Did that stop helping? Did they stop giving it to you? Because I remember one
No,
day when
it's
you didn't
just
have it, it was like, bye
like
bye, Audra.
that helped. But what happened is I got. Well, I'll tell you what happened is the COVID or whatever, the long flu got me
Oh,
after my year of living politically, and it didn't set me all the way back, but I went from where I could, I was on the road for like 18 months straight nearly with the campaign, and I was keeping it between the ditches, like I was managing. And then I got the 2-week flu, and shortly thereafter it became clear that the little bitch in charge of the party threw me under the bus, and so I, dropped my campaign. But um, it was probably a good thing, because it's like when they did the lockdowns, I was like, you know what, I need a, 8-week like snooze. And then it didn't really come out like, yeah, I wasn't shut down to like non-functional, but it kicked me back a couple of steps. And then for the next couple of years, I kind of maintained that. I didn't get a whole lot. I'd get a little bit better, and then I'd, get down with something, or, bad allergy, something would not. I was in kind of a delicate state where it was like it was hard to get better, but I wasn't really getting worse. And then, like, I guess 2 years ago now, not this last Christmas, but the Christmas before, I was because I ended up, I accidentally ended up with a band, and
oh yeah.
I was at my guitar player's house um, around Christmas, well, before Christmas, I guess, or maybe right after Christmas. I don't know. Anyway, I ended up getting like, long story short, for whatever reason, I was going out in public more, and I ended up getting like 2 viruses in a row. I think I got RSV from one of his kids,
Jesus.
and that knocked me right back real hard. And then I think I got another one kind of like right after that, and that like actually re-triggered like my illness to the baseline, to where I was like on the couch, and that was about as far as I could go. And this time I had way more orthostatic intolerance, like, or what they call POTS. Like, when I would like being upright, even just like sitting upright, but anything like standing, my
Oh,
blood was not pressurizing itself properly, and it was just like immediately exhausting. Like, I basically like could not be upright for more than a few minutes at a time. And
Jesus.
I'd been through it before, so I knew that the answer was rest. Don't try to push through it. And I managed to not get worse, and then my mom got me in to see a specialist, and so I'm on most of the, you know, off-label treatments um, that they found that are somewhat helpful, and I've gotten better, gained a lot. And I guess I've been doing this with the specialist for maybe like a year and a half now, and I've improved significantly. I'm still crud. Like, that's what's sad, is like you don't. I still spend a lot of time on the couch, but I feel so much better. But I still am like essentially disabled. I'm still functionally disabled. Like there's no way I could hold down a job or anything. Um,
God damn.
but I am getting better, and like the first time I had 3 years of of nothing there, and one of the things is I managed to not let my mind get like so lost. Like the first time I tried to push through over and over again, and it's like I was physically kaput and I was mentally like retarded. Like it was like I remember what it was like to be me, but that's not how my brain is right now. And then there was I spent 3 years in my house laying on a beanbag, and I was only really like anything approaching like human awake for like maybe 2 hours a day most days. And then I kind of broke through, and I got a little bit better. And honestly, when I first came to TWFP, was right at the beginning of kind of like that jump, that sort of middle phase where like I wasn't at full function, but I kind of like remembered what it was like to be me again. And that was actually when I stumbled on TWFP and started hanging out with y'all. And then about the time you came to see me was when I moved to sort of the like actually in remission phase, because that's why I quit my little cushy job and stuff, because I couldn't stand it anymore, and the ADHD came back and I felt way more like myself, which is actual, like, all of me is not able to sit down and have a cushy little boring job.
Wait, what was your cushy job?
I was
At
a
college?
educational technologist at the college. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. Shit. Where we just got back from LA, like just in time for you to go teach that class.
Yeah. Well, see, I moved to teaching. I had like a staff job, like a sweet IT job
Oh,
at the other
okay.
college, and I think I quit it like right before you got there,
Okay,
because it was
actually,
the
you know what? You might have talked about that.
or right in there. Yeah, because it was very close to the same time, because I was still working there when you asked, when I knew you were coming. So I actually may have like worked there for a couple of weeks after you came and got got there. But
That
but
might be
then
true,
yeah,
actually, now that you're
but then I
saying
had a little
that.
time off, and then I started teaching part time um, in the fall. Yeah, but yeah, it's one of those things. I've beat it into remission before. My one concession is that I was, hoping that maybe I was quote unquote kind of cured, like it wasn't something that was gonna come back. I now begrudgingly am like, it's probably something I'm gonna have to deal with forever, and the best I can hope for is solid remissions. But
Here, hold on a second. Okay, well, I'm going to get cigarettes. Okay.
okay, nicotine
Oh,
is so wonderful.
I can stay on, I think.
Let's.
I wonder if my phone will be able to do this. It's probably going to have problems when I leave the Wi-Fi for a second, would be my guess. What cat? Oh my god, it's hot out here. Jesus.
We've had like probably one of the coolest summers we've ever had down here. Like we've had hot days, but not like triple degree, 110
Well,
plus scorchers, and a lot more rain than usual.
hello.
I do.
Okay, there. Um, it only gets up to like 90-ish here a lot of times, maybe in the 90s, but the humidity, oh my God, it gets really, really fucking humid.
Yeah, humidity is not my favorite.
And this year, what, they leveled out some freaking water tower and like outbuildings, like, I don't know, the like whatever, beside us, and they're making apartments. And the wildlife have decided that they want to move in at our into at our around our house. We have had a snake in our house. I chopped off a copperhead's head. Um, we have skunks living under our trailer part of our house right now. Like, yeah.
Skunks are no good. If you catch
Well,
you a big, what you need to catch you a big bull snake and let it live there.
well, she's got babies.
What?
The skunk has babies.
Skunk?
That's
Yeah,
Yeah, the skunk has babies. That's why the skunk's under there. Which made a
skunks
lot of
under the
sense when
house
I
are no
figured
good.
out that there was a skunk going, because it goes in and out underneath like Jordan's window, and I thought she was like sneaking in and out of her window. Um, because I would just hear a noise out there sometimes, like, what the
Yeah.
hell is that? And then one day saw a skunk in the neighbor's yard, but it was like it came out of our side yard. I was like, and this was like at twilight time. I was like, where the hell did it come from?
Yeah, that's
So
when they come out, is when it gets dark.
yeah, I started looking on the side of the house and saw that there's like a little tunnel going under there. I was like, crap. So then I'm digging trenches out there and putting metal down, and um then did some like research and figured that it was maybe a mom, and that she either was gonna be having babies or had babies under there. And I figured with her persistence, like I didn't completely
You got to get rid of
I
them.
made it. I made it. Yeah, I didn't want to trap baby skunks under there and her out. Like I don't want dead
Oh,
skunks
you
under
don't. You
there.
don't want to trap any of them under there. You need to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Um.
have. I heard a story about my great uncle Leo and the and my granddad and the skunks trapping skunks under the house. And I
Oh
think
no
they
no
just
no.
moved out of the house.
Yeah no fuck that. Well, now this all makes like when we moved in to the house. And I ended up having to get under the house at one point in time because this house is all freaking weird.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's a part that's on a foundation that used to be the old house.
Right.
Somebody added a trailer to it, and then somebody added a
Did my
room
granddad
onto
build
it.
this
Like
house?
shit, they're just add on, add on,
This
add
is
on. So the ductwork was
it's an ENTJ
shit.
house.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I guess. Um,
My granddad, like that, my dad's dad. It was. It started with a rolled trailer house, like a wrecked trailer house, and then they built onto it, and then built it. And then there's like foundations out there for where they were going to build on next. And there was a. We always called it. There was like a suicide door on the second floor because there was a door on the second floor that didn't go anywhere except out into the space because they never finished the rest. It was just like, yeah, just like the weirdest haphazard. Uh, yeah. So it's just.
ugh,
I know what you're talking about.
yeah,
Yeah, and things
it's
always line up weird when you have houses built in
well, when
stages.
I got under there because we had an AC dude, because when we first moved, like all the ductwork was pushed down. Well, when I got under there, there was like a trap, like something had been under there at some point in time. Like somebody had battled something down there before, and I'm gonna take a guess, maybe it was skunks. Could have been raccoons. Now the skunks are around, though. I haven't seen a raccoon
Yeah.
actually
Well, I
for a
mean, you can
while.
draw the skunks out. We had issues when they kept eating all of our dog food,
Mm.
and they'd come out at night and eat it.
Little
And
fuckers.
Maven, well, yeah, little brother, little sister went out with boomsticks, and
With
they
what?
came back smelling bad, but after boomsticks, shotguns,
Oh, okay.
and
I thought you said
they
broomsticks. I was
smelled pretty
like,
bad. They didn't know that they stunk. That was the thing. Is the Skunk Busters team thought they had gotten away without any scent, and everyone else is like, no, why don't you just go, you know, burn that T-shirt? But they got rid of them. I mean,
yeah. Well, now I know that there are like the boys saw the babies following it out the other day. So now that I know that they're coming out of the den, I can get them trapped out. But they have so many points of entry. It's like I don't know. The fucking landlord's gonna have to like buy me some rock and wire or something.
I mean,
Um,
if you get rid of them, that
yeah.
should, you know, the problem is that once they know that they can go there, I don't know of
Mhm.
any way to do, you just kind of have to get rid of them
Yeah.
because they do multiply, and they're smart little buggers.
I've noticed. Yeah. Persistent too. Or at least she was, but I guess she's a mom. So,
Yeah, but like then you end up with like the teenage ones.
yeah, I figure that if this like either she'll come back to den or they'll like come wandering
Yeah, they're
back.
not gonna leave. Like that's the thing is skunks. They're like, oh, this is a great spot. They have no reason to leave. They'll just.
Not even if I put lights under there.
That would be an interesting attempt.
That's what I keep coming across online is like lights and talk radio kind of drive like to drive them out of like, oh, this den sucks. Um, I have thought about we have like a door that opens up to go under there, kind of like I guess a crawl space door, but it just opens up to the outside world. Um, I thought that might make it less den-like if I just open that up and keep it open.
Yeah, I mean,
But
yeah, I mean, you can give them something to lure out, or like I said, you can lure them out with dog food, and, or if you've got like if you want to see if it's working, you get like a game camera and you can like set it up and put out some, like I said, some dog food or something, and you'll catch them out there at night, and then you'll know what
yeah.
time they come out, and then if you want to go catch them while they're out and
Well,
remove
she
them.
was coming out that one spot, and I don't know if I blocked it off too well or if the little baby things can't, because there's a whole bunch of tarps right there by that door. If I don't know if they can like not maneuver around it, but now she has started coming out underneath her deck.
Yeah, just don't trap them under there. Like I said,
I don't know. I'm not trapping them under there. I'm gonna make sure they're out. Yeah, it's turning into like
but
such
the
a
other thing
bigger
about skunks
thing.
is they're diggers, right? Like if you've ever
Yeah,
seen their claws, like they're not quite badgers, but they're up there. And so it's really hard, if they want to get back in, they like I said, that's why there's I don't know of like I only know of one pretty surefire way to solve the problem.
yeah. I don't know if I can do that though. Mostly just because we're in town. It's not that. Also, I can't touch one of those things legally. But
Hmm.
yeah,
Well, I mean, there's traps and things. Go get you a live trap, but go to Harbor Freight and get you a live trap or something.
I do have a live. I have one live trap. I think it's too big though. I've heard that you want them small for the stupid little suckers so they can't raise their tail. I've also heard
Well,
that
the thing
they're really
is
not that aggressive though.
they're not hugely aggressive, but they're stubborn. They're not gonna leave.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
have
the
to
thing
take them like a
is that
long
if you
ways
catch
away.
them one at a time, and I mean, you can. There's ways to get rid of them. You can, you know, once they're contained and you know that nothing else will eat it, you can always, you know, contaminate their Lunchables.
Mm. Will they eat rat poison? Okay. I'm going in the gas station, so hold on a second.
You know, or you can like, yeah, you know, you're. I mean, at the very least, if you want to like have somewhere to take them or have somebody you can take them to you know, coup de grace or whatever, you could probably at least like come up with some way to, if you can trap them, you can come up with some way to like knock them out, you know, gas them or something.
Yeah.
That wouldn't, you know, assuming, you know, I'm trying to come up with a think of a way to, you know, essentially avoid getting having to get close to them so that you can,
I could buy a
you know,
skunk trap. Have you seen those?
that
It's like a
sounds
little
like,
you it's like a little tube. It's like they can't it's small enough that they can't lift their tails, so they can't spray. And like once they're it's not like an open trap, like you know
mm-hmm.
the have a heart traps. It's like enclosed and shit. Um Now that being said, if it still sprayed while I was picking that motherfucker up, I know it would stink because that thing sprayed underneath my house one time. Um,
Yeah. I mean, you're gonna get a little stinky dealing with them. That's just the way it
yeah,
is. But you
because
can, you
that's
know,
the
as long
most
as you don't get
awful.
like directly sprayed, that's basically what you're trying to avoid.
Yeah, I don't want to get directly sprayed. That was so freaking bad. And what the hell? Taylor got pissed off because, oh my God, we got in such a big argument because the house smelled like, you know, musky skunk for the rest of the day. So I went and got a new air filter, and I got some, no, what is it? Like the deodorizer, air deodorizer stuff, spray.
Right?
And I sprayed the filter. Anyways, apparently it smelled like sandalwood. He can't stand the smell of sandalwood. So he like walks in, he's like, "What the fuck smells like sandalwood?" It's like, ah, shit. I'm like sitting there like going, I was putting in another window unit in our living room, sitting there going, ah, damn it, now I gotta go get a freaking another filter because apparently that smelled like sandalwood. I am not sensitive to sandalwood. I just got some stuff that smelled good to me that was at the gas station, like that smoke odor eliminator. It was like, this should be good. Anyways, it's one of our stupid arguments.
I remember
Yeah.
I was snoozing in the barn one night, and I left the walk in door, you know, open just a little bit to let in the fresh air, and so I had internet.
Mm-hmm.
And I wake up and there's something walking around. I
What
get up,
was it?
and it's dim in there. Like there's not much light, but I could see. It's just
It
mostly
stunk?
dark, and there's a skunk over
Yeah, that
there.
would
And I
be.
basically just like followed it around until it went outside again. Well, I had oh no, it was in so I had like 8 tamales, and there was like a plastic sack hanging off the corner of a chair with like two empty, tamale husks, and the skunk went straight for it, because I just
Oh,
like had
yeah.
that for supper and hadn't completely disposed of it. And anyway, yeah, so I saw that, and so I kind of like, because since it was still dark, the skunk didn't get scared. So I'd kind of, walk, maneuver, and it went away. And then I got the thing, and I went and like put the sack outside the door, and like opened up the big door a little bit. And then I basically just waited till the skunk went to the sack of, tamale husks outside, and then I closed all the doors. I successfully like, exfiltrated the skunk without incident, but
Well, that's good.
but
I've only,
it required some patience.
what was it? In Pratt one time, we were walking through the Frisbee golf course at night, um, which is just kind of like a park and trees and stuff. And they're pretty distinct even at night. It's like, what is that moving over there? It's like, oh,
Yeah, they're
it's a
kind of like,
skunk.
yeah. Well, they clickety clack a bit more than like a cat, but
Yeah.
they're sort of
I
like
mean, night.
they act a lot they act a lot more like a cat's about the closest sort of like common
Yeah, no, I've seen
amalgam as
online
far
where
as
people
like,
have pet skunks that have been
yeah,
like deskunked. They're actually
but
absolutely
like,
adorable.
yeah, like they don't
Um,
booger real easy, and they're real they go directly for their goals. Like they're not
det
they're pretty
deterred.
smart.
Yeah.
Yeah, and for a thing that's known for being, stinky, they're pretty neat. Like they got their little hands, they they're kind of, they're
Yeah.
kind of
Well,
like a
for the most
raccoon that
part, they're
away.
not like it being in their house doesn't really stink, except for whenever it's sprayed. I don't know if it's sprayed
Yeah, it's except
under.
for when it
That was
does. It's
awful.
like they're still
Yeah.
skunks. That's the problem. It's like
I don't know what
at the end of the day,
scared
they're
it under
still a
there. It's
skunk.
probably a damn cat or some shit. Um, a bull snake. Huh. Wonder maybe if that's why we've had snakes like up around our house.
Yeah, because if you have like, if you ever see like a big bull snake, don't kill it. Let it stay. Because bull snakes are,
Mm,
especially once they get big, they're super docile, right? Like they're chill, but they will kind of like stay around, and they will keep the. I mean, they keep rattlesnakes and stuff away.
yeah, I haven't seen many of
They'll eat
those.
the
Or
they'll eat the rodents, and like literally there are things they do to like keep other snakes away.
I
And they're
haven't
big and easy to
seen.
spot. That's what I like about a big bull snake. You're
Yeah,
like, oh, big bull
I haven't
snake,
seen a
like
bull
it's
snake
not,
since I lived in Pratt. Honestly, I don't think saw a lot of bull snakes down there. Up here, um, well, I saw and killed my first copperhead. Mostly black. I have a lot of black racers frequently coming through our backyard. We had one in the house.
I had one in my bedroom one time. That was no fun.
Yeah, Jordan. I don't know what in the world she thought somebody was in the house, and really what it was a snake was in the house, stretched out across our back bar, bumping its head against the. Well, I assume trying to get back outside. I'm not exactly sure how it got inside. Um, but I think it was trying to get back
I would
outside.
say I
And
don't
when
think it
she,
was sure either.
yeah, but when she came out, it was so still that she thought it was fake. So she poked the end of it with her phone and she didn't have her
I
contacts in. So,
I didn't actually poke it, but
and
I remember when I saw a big coontail at the ranch the first time when I was, well, my brother was little, so I was like 7 or 8, and I'd been warned, that there were lots of rattlers up there, and we went up there and we stayed the summer and fed me and mom and my little brother, and we were moving into the house, and I remember walking over this thing, and in the back of my brain, like, we had a rubber snake and stuff, and it was so straight that I just didn't register there was a snake, and then I realized I had stepped over it like twice, and then about the third time I realized it's a great big old, because like the rattlers up there are, coontail diamondbacks, and they're much bigger than the ones I'm used to here, and much more, they are more docile too compared to the stand rattlers, but man, I like realized that it was not a stick and it was not a fake snake, and I like ran into the house and jumped on a piece of furniture and then was like, wait, what just happened? Like, it wouldn't have been nearly, it freaked me out nearly as much if I hadn't like not recognized it and know that I had like stepped over it twice, 2 or 3 times. But that freaked me out. I was like, I did not want to go like, carry anything else in out of the pickup for a while.
what was it? Um, so I have seen pictures of them. I had never seen a copperhead in real life, and I'm sitting out on the back porch, and there's this little space, which is now where the skunk's going out of, um, that goes under the deck. It's like between the stairs and the house, and there's like leaves there, and frequently there'll be like little bugs or something crawling through there. So if I hear the
Mm-hmm.
leaves rustling, it doesn't really like, it's like, oh, that's not a big deal. Um,
Right.
but it was like kind of a consistent noise. So I'm just like sitting there smoking my cigarette and I'm just like staring. And then I saw the slither. It was like, and the pattern. And dude, I jumped off that porch so fast. And then that thing went like, and then I made a nut, like, I think I turned my light on my phone and it was like again, and then it disappeared under the deck. I was like, oh God. And then my son's friend came out there and like strapped his phone to like a stick and was sticking it under the deck looking for it with the camera. Couldn't see it. And then left it alone for a while, or that area. And then I heard it, and I don't remember what I got. Some sort of like a concrete trowel. Yeah, chopped his head off. It was a baby one.
Babies are the
So
worst.
yeah, that's what I know. Because they don't have control over the venom, right?
Well, it's more concentrated. That's
Okay.
what I always heard. And they're small, which means they're hard to see. They're harder to, smaller target.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, that's always one
I
of
don't I
those where
don't
it's
normally
like,
like to.
I aspire to never have to live in a place that has poisonous snakes that don't rattle, or bugs that I have to dig out of my skin.
Oh my God, that'd be
That's
awful.
I hate chiggers, and I hate yeah, snakes that don't rattle, that are, venomous. And
Snakes that
the
don't run.
one, coral snake I've ever run across in my life, because they do exist here, I made a hat band out of it. So that was
Wait,
like my, once in a lifetime.
coral?
Yeah, basically, coral and king snakes are technically
I thought those were like,
habitate all over the Southwest. You just rarely see them, and you see king snakes more often than coral snakes. And you like I've only ever seen one coral snake in my life, and I shot it, made a hat band out of it.
oh, not the ones that live like in the like fucking ocean, the
Not necessarily.
coral. Okay,
I mean, they
that's
call them coral snakes, but they have nothing to do with ocean coral.
with okay.
They're just they're the striped ones. They're yellow. Was it yellow, black, and red? And then
Yeah.
they have a stupid mnemonic about which one won't kill Jack, but it's a stupid mnemonic because the letters or the rhyming parts have nothing to do with the colors that you need to remember. So you can make it go either
Oh.
way. You're like, because they rhyme Jack with black, and it's like, okay, something next to black won't hurt Jack, but something next to yellow will kill a fella. So, but it doesn't tell you like which one is which. That's inherently like it.
Red wire, blue wire.
So is it? Yeah, is it? I think it's red next to black won't hurt Jack. Red next to yellow will kill a fellow. I think that's how it goes. But again, I guess the fellow part has one of the colors, right? So something next to yellow. But the thing is that it could be either of the other colors, right?
The red or the black. Don't remember.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's better than I thought, because if something is next to black, doesn't hurt Jack. Then and something next to yellow has yellow. Then yellow and black. Nope. It doesn't. It doesn't. It is an incomplete mnemonic that does not guarantee successful reconstruction. Because if you said, well, yellow next to black won't hurt Jack, then red next to yellow is bad. But it could be red next to black, which would leave yellow next to black is bad. Black next to yellow is bad. So, yeah. They make nice hat bands, so.
I don't know. Normally, when you see something that is actually like venomous or whatnot, it's obvious.
Well, like that. Like we have rattlesnakes here, and then we have a bunch of non-venomous snakes, right? We've got racers, we've got hognose, we've got bull snakes. Technically, probably the occasional garter snake or whatever. Like ubiquitous snakes.
Yeah.
I don't see those much, but
I've seen a garden. I've seen. Well,
I mean,
the kids,
the little like little green snakes.
yeah.
Little common green snakes. They do
Seen
exist.
two of
I
them
think
this year. Yeah, they
in this
do
part
exist.
of the world.
Oh, in that part of the world?
Hypothetically. But the thing is king snakes and coral snakes are brightly colored and definitely look different,
Yeah.
And the kings are harmless. And the corals are the very opposite of that. But they're small and colorful, and like I said, I'm just like, okay, less is more.
Yeah, you guys got quite a few rattlesnakes, if I remember correctly.
Oh yeah.
I think we
Like I said,
encountered one on a dirt road.
but they rattle. So
We may have
I know
ran
who they
over
are.
it,
I
too.
know they're
I
bad
don't
guys,
remember.
and I can hear them coming. I know when they're angry. So if they're not rattling, we're probably, we're not really having a problem.
Yeah. I have not really encountered many rattlers. I know that up here, fuck, I don't know if there's much up here. Probably somewhere out there on the prairie. They probably exist more in like the area where I grew up, which is a little bit more like your area. It's a little bit
Yeah, I mean,
drier.
there's different varieties.
Yeah.
there's kind of there's
The
drier varieties, and then there's like mountain rattlers, which are a little different. Mountain rattlers are, you know, the smaller, meaner ones are
there a
can be found
prairie?
in more different places, but
Like a prairie? I don't know. I'm sure there's something out there in the Flint Hills. I just have no idea because I've never been out there walking around.
and then you've got, you know,
Hmm?
the big diamondbacks and stuff, but they're a lot, like I said, they're a lot more docile, and they're bigger targets. But it's the small, like, you know, we call them sand rattlers, the prairie rattlers. They're closer related, I think, to like a sidewinder, and they're closer to like a mountain rattler. They're smaller and meaner.
They all sound scary. My stepdad's dad got bit by a rattlesnake. Went to a bar afterwards and then drove himself like an hour to the hospital. He must have been pretty drunk when it happened.
Yeah, we all carry. Probably need to get some more because I'm not sure where mine's at. Every few years we get a new batch of snake bite kits.
Mm. I've got one of those around here.
Well, the best
Two.
ones, you know, they have like the snake roundup thing where the crazy people go and like catch all the snakes.
Yeah, you showed me. It's the only reason that I ever. Well, I got a cheapy bug bite one, and then somehow I acquired like a more official.
Okay, so I showed you the one that like does the like
Yeah.
suction
Mm-hmm.
that is also
Yeah.
wonderful for bug bites. Like,
Yeah. I have not had to use it on anything yet, but
I mean, like
I have no idea where it is though. So if somebody gets bit by a snake,
that's why you got to get another one every now and then. Why,
yeah,
like the best thing is to have a kit in one of the easiest ways is just like in the glove box of all your vehicles.
that is a good idea, actually.
Because the thing is that, you know, that way if you're home, you probably have it and you know where it's at, and if you're out, you know,
Then you
hiking
have
in the
it.
woods, you've got it.
Yeah.
Because that's when it's
And
even more critical, right? Is like when you're not home.
yeah. And I've got sons that don't like, well, I don't think they would mess with a poisonous snake, but yeah, me trying to get the damn racer out of the house, I decided to slither into a cleat, a football cleat. I was just going to drag the whole uh, shoe shelf outside. And then the boys got here at like the time I was shoving that outside and basically just ended up picking up the shoe and throwing it outside. And that whole thing took off. With it being a racer, that was the part that like freaked me out. With it being in the house, like if it started racing somewhere.
Racers are just kind of like long and slimy. Like, I don't know, racers are
Uh-huh.
not dangerous, but they're annoying.
I've seen several of them out here. I've just never had them in my house.
Yeah.
Never seen a copperhead. Um, Now I have. Which those are copperheads the ones that like that are rather scary around here. And copperhead and cottonmouth, which I think you get that more when you get into Missouri.
Yeah. Do you have like the bugs?
What kind of bugs?
Like chiggers? I hate chiggers.
Oh,
Like
yeah, I've
ticks.
only gotten. Yeah, you got ticks. Um, I think bug spray will keep ticks off you pretty good, or fairly well. I don't know. You just don't want to end up in a bunch of like brush. It's the best way I can. It may have years that they're worse than others. If you find one, make sure you get the head out. Um, Also, a lot of times they leave a bullseye mark whether they give you that damn Lyme disease or not.
That's not good though.
No.
Use your snake bite kit and put a little ivermectin poron on there. That's what I do.
Yeah, ticks suck. Now I mean, I guess technically the little tiny ones are the ones that carry all the bad stuff. But those big ones are scary. I think, what are they called? Deer tick? No. They get it on dogs a lot. They're big and fat. I just remember my sister having one on
Yeah,
her
I mean,
head when
there's
she was
deer
little.
ticks, but some of the, the other species of ticks have really spread out.
Yeah, you don't want this. You don't want the tick with the little star on it or something.
Yeah.
Which is like mostly the ticks that I think.
But the thing is anytime they're sharing
tons of mosquitoes.
Ugh, I hate mosquitoes too.
June bugs. I hate June bugs. I mean, they're harmless, but
I saw like a Kickstarter for like a
bugs.
A laser, a thing that would it would shoot basically like like the missile grid type things with the laser shoots them down, except it's for mosquitoes. It's like a small one for mosquitoes for like $450. It's like probably totally worth it.
Yeah, that would be fun. What I don't like that they do, like, I don't know. I don't like it when they go out and spray. Like, what was that virus that went around when we were? Is it the West Nile virus?
Was a big one for a while.
And then they go around. They like went around and sprayed like to kill mosquitoes.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably not the best thing to do for the ecosystem.
Yeah, the spray's not the best thing, but West Nile's pretty awful, so.
Yeah. Yeah. Need more bats or some shit. Like, I don't know. There are actually less bugs than when I remember as a kid. Like, and I'm just talking like moths and stuff like that. Like, it used to be like if there was a street light on or something like that, there would be like tons of bugs that are around it. And it's not like that anymore.
Yeah.
Well,
the best thing that ever happened here is they started a few years ago. They started to be able to get this additive they put in like the dairy cow's feed because the flies would get so bad around here.
Oh God.
And they incubate in the manure, but anyway, they put it in their feed and then it would kill them, like the larva, and didn't get rid of them all, but man, it's night and day, like the difference.
Dude, I remember showing up there and like asking you like what the black stuff was up of the door. It's like
fly
you said it
spots.
was from, yeah, it was like flies. And then I got to experience it. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, I don't remember if you were here post or pre the, it got better. Still not great, but man, it got a million times better when they started putting that stuff, using that stuff.
I don't know. I just know that there ended up being as many flies up there as there was like shit dots or whatever the heck those little fly dots were. And you had that really cool spray that you would spray and they just like fall down dead.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's good stuff.
That's what the hell is that?
It's a, I think they call like, I think the brand name is like Country Vet or something. We just get it at the feed store. I mean,
What
you can
is it in
order
it?
them off
In
of like
like
Amazon and stuff.
hindsight, like is it good to breathe in? Because I'm pretty sure I breathed it in. At least I didn't drop
It's
dead.
not the worst.
Okay. Of course, bugs can drop dead over really
I mean,
weird stuff. You
the
can
anatomy
kill.
of insects is there's such significant differences that most any I mean, like that's one of the secrets, like ivermectin, right? Like it's deadly
Hmm.
to parasites and insects because they're to invertebrates because they're so like it hinges on a key difference in anatomy that they do not share with mammals. Um, so a lot of times the stuff that goes after bugs is not actually the worst stuff for you because because it because the what it does to bugs there is no like analog in mammals or in humans.
No, that makes sense. What is it? You can kill wasps with dish soap and water. So next time you need wasp spray, remember, you
I
just need
hate
some dish soap and
wasps,
water.
and
We
wasps
have a
hate
whole bunch of
me.
like, we had mud or have mud dauber wasps out here. They're not
Uh-huh.
that bad. Nobody has gotten stung, and my boys have been out there like basically fist fighting with them. So they will buzz you, they will get in your face. I'm sure they will sting.
It
They
sting
just
me.
haven't yet.
I have been
Um,
stung more times
the
by wasps
red,
than most people I know since I was a little kid. Wasps, I hate wasps, and they hate me back.
well, the red wasps, that's another story. Um, these ones out here look like yellow jackets, but they're not yellow jackets. They're mud dauber wasps.
I mean, that sounds kind of like
Um,
what we have.
yeah, they make the little houses out of like mud.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, yeah. No, those that I don't know if I've been stung by one of those. I've been stung by the freaking red ones. I hate those things.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what kind of wasps
And
they are. I just know that there's that certain like day in the fall when it's like you can't walk outside without going through them. That's the only like true fear that I've ever remember having. And I finally just like was like, all right, you just have to walk out there amongst them, and so I can do it. I don't like it, but I got over it.
the last time I got stung, I don't even know what I got stung by.
Yeah, I mean, I've
All I
I've
know
literally had
is
one come at me for no good reason, and sting me twice in the same hole. It's one of my few scars.
okay. Yeah, wasps
I
are
don't know. I
assholes.
don't know why wasps hate me, but they
Well,
do.
they perceive everything as a threat.
Yeah, but like
I do know that.
every not everyone else gets bit all the time. Like I started getting bit when I was little,
Oh,
and they always bite me. And the thing is I was scared of wasps, so I don't. I didn't like antagonize them, and I tried to avoid them,
they can
and they
smell
would
the
like
fear on you.
chase me down and bite me.
Do you know what to put on it?
um, I don't know. I haven't been bit
Vinegar.
in a while. I get a snake bite kit, and ivermectin. That would be my protocol
Oh.
now.
Vinegar.
Because I
Vinegar and baking soda is what my family's always done.
that's a reasonable
Yeah,
poultice.
it always seemed to work or neutralize or stop hurting for the most part. Except the last time I got stung when I was working, and there was no vinegar or baking soda, and that sting got like it was huge. I was like, oh, maybe I actually had like have a bit of an allergy or something to whatever the hell stung me. I got a raise that day.
Yeah, I remember the first one. Like there was these big pillows in the living room when I was little, and I like picked one up to move it, and a wasp stung me on my right at the base of my pinky finger, and it swelled up, and I couldn't move my finger. That was the first one I remember.
Ooh,
I only
ouch.
keep track of like the really serious. I only remember like the worst ones because it's happened so many times.
Well, next time put vinegar on it. And baking soda. Baking soda has, for some reason, a nice little, like, the little bubbles or.
Yeah. Well, knowing what I know now, I
Hmm.
like I said, I think my treatment I would as long as I could do it immediately, like knowing how to treat it immediately to remove as much um,
The venom.
of the sting and the venom as possible as quickly as possible, and then putting like I use Poron, but you know rubbing alcohol as a disinfectant, and then the ivermectin kills the bacteria and stuff or inhibits it,
Huh.
and like that. Getting rid of the bacteria is one of the you know it's what really
Is the
really
problem.
helps a lot. Yeah.
I never thought about ivermectin as topical, but I guess it is.
Well, we use it on the cattle and we apply it topically. So that's why we call it Poron because it's easier. We've actually started injecting them sometimes when we have them in the chute, but like the squirt of the Poron, you can do your cows when you've got them in the pen. You don't have to get them in a chute. You can just like run them through a gate and somebody kind of makes them where they don't all run out at once, and somebody sits over there with the squirt gun and gets them. And I mean, it keeps the bugs off them. Like it's incredibly good for them. We try to do it, basically anytime we get them gathered up, we have them make them before we run them out. And
Mhm.
it's funny because people always talked about it being dangerous. Like you wanted to not you didn't want to just like get a whole bunch of it on you. Well, the reason you don't want to get a bunch of it on you is because it's like 99, it's 90 something percent isopropyl alcohol, rubbing alcohol. So you get a bunch of that on you, then you get alcohol poisoning.
Oh, God.
That's what's actually dangerous about it. It has nothing to do with like the medication in it. It's just that it's mostly alcohol. It's basically mostly alcohol with a little bit of ivermectin in it. And when I was researching it all, I read all the safety data. What do they call it? The safety data sheets or whatever. Anyway, that tells you exactly what's in like each formulation of whatever. And and so I looked at that and I realized, oh, I'm like, that's why it's dangerous because it's all rubbing alcohol, and yeah, you don't want to dump a gallon of rubbing alcohol on you. Um,
No.
but it makes it's my favorite like topical antiseptic now, and like it doesn't take much. We get it in like you know 5-gallon jugs to spray on the cows, and I just give me a little like little bottle or something and stick it in the first aid kit or whatever, and it lasts a long time. But what I've noticed is I started putting it on like the first one I did was in the barn. You like scratch your elbow on something, and it's not like a real deep scratch, but it's not. It's gonna itch for a few days. It's gonna be irritating, and it doesn't really need a
Yeah.
bandage or anything. It's just enough. And I did that, and I put it on there, and what I realized is that it never itched. Like I forgot that I had scratched my elbow by the next day. And so yeah, and then one time I was in the first time I kind of did it because I hadn't thought about it, but I was way out at a you know a ranch and at some pins a long way out of town, and I kind of like cut the corner of my finger off on it. Kef ran me into the chute, and it was bleeding pretty bad. And I looked around, and nobody had brought any first aid or anything. And so I found like some blue paper towels in somebody's pickup, and then I found in somebody else's pickup. And there was only like two pickups there, and none of them were mine. So if mine was there, I would have had plenty of stuff. And I found like some electrical tape, and then I was like, okay, I need disinfectant. And it's like, oh, and I had since I had read all the ingredients, I'm like, oh, I know that Poron is mostly just isopropyl alcohol and the ivermectin, and it's not going to hurt me. And so I disinfected it with that and bandaged it up, and I kept treating it with that. And then my other secret is the Fabri-Tac glue, which is like a flexible like super glue, so you can make like a flexible kind of like I made like a it didn't just crack and leak like super glue does, and I made like this sort of like mold over my finger out of that flexible glue stuff, and yeah, most of my finger grew back. It was good, and it really didn't hurt, and I didn't get any infection or anything, and yeah, and then like I've 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 treated several pretty serious like topical wounds with it, and man, my dad he fell off a fence and hit his head on a rock, and it looked like he'd taken a like little miniature like toy plow to the top of his head.
Oh God.
And I went after it, and and the dirt was all like worked in there. Like it wasn't super deep. It was just, rough and all in little like folds, and it was nasty. And anyway, I cleaned it with the Poron, and I did that for a couple of days, and I'll tell you what, it healed back pretty quickly, and you can hardly tell it happened at all. Like
Well, that's impressive.
it is my go-to for topical antiseptic.
Huh.
And like on bug bites and stuff, it's great.
So just the fucking like ivermectin that you get at a whatever.
Yeah,
Farm
well, there's
store?
different types of formulations. You get it at the vet. You can get the Poron, which is the main solvent. The main carrier is isopropyl alcohol. So I only use that as like a topical.
What is that for? What kind of animal? Is that the horses or sheep?
They use it on horses and cattle. I mean, all kinds of things. It's just easy, right? Because then there's an injectable. The injectable is a small percentage of the compound, and then it's mostly like an organic solvent. And then there's like the horse paste, which some people do that, but there's no reason to do horse paste if you don't have to. You're gonna use it as medicine. And then there's a sheep drench, and the sheep drench is a drench is you an oral solution, right?
Okay.
You stick a drench gun down their throat, and then you squeeze, and it's more or less forces them to swallow it. But it's
that's what that's.
Yeah, that's why you call it a drench.
What that stands for.
Yeah, but it's an oral it's a liquid oral solution, and it is 75% distilled water, a small amount of organic solvent, and then a little bit of the thing. And the other thing about sheep drench, I'll tell you this, is that they come with a sheet to tell you how to dose it per pound, like medicinally, and the calculations on the sheep drench on every one that I've ever seen actually gives you the exact same calculations as you would for a human. So you don't actually have to do any like tricky math. If it just goes 200, if your 200-pound person is like, how much would you give? And you read the little sheet and you go down to like 200-pound sheep, and however much it says, that's the answer. And it's mostly water, like so it's minimal secondary ingestion. But yeah, as far as like medicine goes, I use the drench. And the only one that like you is I would say is dangerous to to like take as an oral, but medicinal is the poron
Not made for that.
because it's alcohol because
Oh,
it's pure
yeah.
rubbing out. It's because it's
Okay, yeah.
99% rubbing alcohol.
Oh
Like,
God, that would burn going down. That'd be
well,
awful.
and to get enough of the active ingredient, you would have to drink a dangerous amount. Like I mean, it doesn't take. You don't have to drink very much rubbing alcohol for it to be a dangerous amount.
Yeah.
For
Ugh.
it to be toxic. So, but
Yeah, it'd be
it's a
gross.
wonderful antiseptic because rubbing alcohol, that's what we use it for, is a topical antiseptic, right?
Yeah.
Disinfect things. And so you get that action, you get the immediate, like alcohol disinfecting. But the medicine in it, the ivermectin, it has some sort of additional and residual effect, that you don't, because for years I've just used rubbing alcohol. Most people use peroxide or whatever, and I'm like, wimps. I'm like, I'll just go straight to the rubbing alcohol. And so that's what I've used to disinfect, you know, scratches and stuff for most of my life. And so I can tell the difference. And then when I started using the Poron, I was using it for the alcohol, but whatever extra it has an extra benefit that I didn't necessarily anticipate.
Oh, hold on, it's gonna get loud for a second.
Okay. I'll get off
Kids
my
pull.
ivermectin rant. I just, it's one of those, got to share the good news.
I got a kid pulling up in a lawnmower.
Hmm.
Yeah, teenage boys are fun. Jesus. Oh, I thought I was muted. Oh, now it's shut off.
Yeah, all y'all's kids must be getting,
Old?
are getting bigger than I think of them as.
Yeah, yeah, they are. They're like small adults. I mean, I have a grandchild.
Oh my.
Oh, you didn't know that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, she was too young. Are we live? We were live, aren't we? Not that anybody is watching us, is there?
Yeah. I mean, we can go backstage if you want.
No, it doesn't
I'll
really matter.
probably take this down later anyway. Nobody's watching.
Yeah,
And the one
nobody's
person that was
watching.
watching for a while was my other phone, just so that I could I was seeing what the product was. That was the point of this today, was to test out some.
Yeah, I just don't normally announce online that I have I don't even think I've said how many kids I have online. Just how many I have in the house. She was 15 when she had him. So, and he's about to turn 2. But ugh,
Okay,
yeah,
what
we
happens if
gave a big push for adoption. She didn't want to do that, so she ended up going and staying in a young mother's home.
I need to try this anyway. I mean, part of the experiment. I'll end the live and see if we can end up
Stay
backstage.
backstage.